It's 6:30. Can y'all hear me? Everybody here? Okay. It is 6:30. I'm calling to order our Elgin City Council meeting, December the 16th, 2025. And we will begin with our roll call, and we'll begin with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Love.
Love here.
St. Pierre here.
Rodriguez here.
Frazier here.
McShann here.
Kasnovsky here.
Gibson here. Swain here.
We do have Councilmember Krim, who is out on medical. If we have a motion to approve him.
I'll make a motion.
All right. It's been moved in second, and we'll begin with, I'm going to give it to Councilmember St. Pierre. We'll begin with her.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShann, yes.
Kasnovsky, yes.
Gibson, yes. Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
And we'll have our invocation by Councilmember Kasnowski.
As we gather here tonight for our last City Council meeting of 2025, let us be reminded of our progress since our first council meeting in 2025. We started this year with many unknowns. Let us express gratitude to city staff and the Elgin community who have weathered transition and uncertainty. Tonight, let us be hopeful that 2026 will be a year of stability, growth, and collaboration throughout the community. Amen.
Amen. Rise for a pledge of allegiance. We have a public hearing on an ordinance annexing a 10.108 acre tract of land, the hereafter described territory in the city of Elgin, Bastrop, and Travis County, Texas, and extending the boundary limits of said city, so as to include said hereinto described property within said city limits, and granting to all the inhabitants of said property all the rights and privileges of other citizens, and binding said inhabitants by all of the acts, ordinances, resolutions, and regulations of said city, and adopting a service plan or agreement, and granting permanent zoning of PDD, Planned Development District, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date, providing for a savings clause, and repealing conflicting ordinances or resolutions. And we did not have anyone sign up for that. 6:33, and we're closing that public hearing. Now we'll move on to public comment. This is the time that you can come and speak. You have 3 minutes, and there will be no formal action taken by the City Council on any of the items that are not posted on the agenda. Items requiring a public hearing will allow a member of public an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. We have several signed up today. The first one we have is West Calais.
Good evening. My name is Wes Calais, 18304 Willow Sage Lane. HR, Mr. Schroeder, whatever your name is. I don't know if y'all have ever been told yet, but there is pending litigation against the council, city, the department, and things of that nature involving my truck and more. Part of that pending litigation requires the preservation of data and information, cell phones, iPads, emails, etc. For all of you, former mayors, former city managers, former cops. I don't think anybody in this room has really been taking me seriously. I still don't. I see the look on some of your faces. This is a pretty serious situation. I didn't get myself into it. All I wanted was my truck. I've came up here and begged and pleaded and tried to do things the right way, civilly and peacefully. Very few of you have actually reached out and talked to me. For those of you that have done it, I appreciate that. It means a lot. It means you care, you're concerned. You want to know what's going on in your police department, what's going on in your city. None of you even really know the background of some of the guys that you have top brass. You don't even realize what's going on in your own PD with this guy at all, or the jockeying for position and the crookedness that goes around involved in it. How come we've had so many cops leave this department? Why? I don't think it's because they're inept or they're incapable. I think it's because they're tired of the crap that they got to deal with to work in this town. And I'm about this close from proving it. If you doubt me, look how red he is. It's about as red as your shirt. All I've asked for in any of this is a fair opportunity and for somebody to stand up and do what's right. You have forced me to take this to a higher level, and we have done so. I think Mr. Eads has gotten the letter for sure. It clearly states what my demands are, what we have discovered, and the laws that were broken. Once again, somebody has come before this council and told you and informed you that serious laws have been broken. And nobody's taking it seriously. Same thing happened when Mattis was here. Y'all have a good night. Good luck and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I hope I don't mispronounce your last name. Danielle Barnowski?
Good evening. My name's Danielle Bornowski. I'm the owner of DQB Strategies. And I don't have a public office and live a couple of miles out of town. And I use the chamber office quite frequently as a way of covering different things when I need to. Sorry, y'all. I was not expecting to come this quickly. Can I restart this? I knew you were going to go alphabetically. Or I felt like it. I'm here to share my support of the chamber keeping hot funds. I don't have a public office. I'm a chamber member, and I use the chamber office pretty regularly for different things. If I'm in town and I have meetings, I'm able to use the chamber office to just come and get work done in between meetings. If I have a meeting with another chamber member or a colleague or a client who's a chamber member, we're able to come to the chamber office and use that space. This protects me and my my privacy of my home, and allows us to just use the chamber benefits that we have as members. The chambers have been really helpful for me for supporting and growing my business. So not only do I come and work up there sometimes to have a quiet space to work, but I also have hosted workshops there for fellow business owners. So again, don't have a place that I can bring people in, but because of this space, I'm able to do that and not only support my business and my business growth, but other businesses in the community. So we're learning together, we're growing, we're collaborating, and I think that that's at the heart and the core of what the chamber is here to serve for businesses. Thank you.
Tiffany Miller?
Hello, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the time. I'm here on behalf of the Rotary Club. We are a new club in Elgin. We've been here for 3 years, and we are still gaining members, and we are still trying to get our name out. About a year ago, I worked with the chamber to come up with a better meeting space for us. We were meeting at a church. We were very thankful for the space, but not a lot of visibility for Elgin and for our visitors and that kind of thing. We did start meeting at the Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center about a year ago, right when they moved to the new building. It's been really great for us because we're a lot more visible in Elgin. People know where we are now. We're right on Main Street, and we can put out a sign if we need to that says Rotary meets here on Mondays. We have a lot of visitors that come. We have speakers from Central Texas, from Rotary International, and even from other countries. We've had speakers from Italy and Spain as well. They come in, they can see the space, they can see the Elgin with all the cards and the information that is available to them, and they actually do take interest in it. So it's really nice to be able to showcase Elgin, showcase Rotary, and kind of highlight how we all work together here in the city. So I think it is important that the visitor center and that those funds stay with the Chamber of Commerce, because they definitely do help to highlight community involvement. Thank you.
Eileen Nicewander.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Nicewander. My husband Gene and I have Yewa Creek Farms Pecan Orchard and Commercial Kitchen. We are vendors at the Elgin, Texas Farmers Market, and we sell our produce at that market every Thursday. I also previously served as president of that farmers market and had dealings with the city for the market's lease at that time. I've also been chairman of the Main Street Board's Tourism and Promotions Committee for quite a number of years. And I've served on the Elgin Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors for at least 15 years. While on the board, I witnessed the Bastrop, Elgin, and Smithville chambers come together to go to the Texas State Legislature to ask that the hotel motel tax dollars for Bastrop County come to those cities. And without that action, the city of Elgin would not have begun to receive hot tax funds to distribute. So that's a little history you may not have been aware of. At the beginning, a percentage of those Elgin hot tax funds were given to the chamber. In the last few years, the city has included a requirement that the chamber must also be and serve as the visitor center and be open additional hours, some on Saturdays. That's very difficult to accommodate with only 2 people staffing the chamber office. The chamber has a lot of duties of their own that require both staff members to be out of the office frequently at the same time, both during the day and in the evening, ribbon cuttings and all kinds of events that they participate in. The city has also wanted to do a step-down reduction in the amount of funds that they provided to the chamber without decreasing any responsibilities. Again, very difficult to do with only a 2-person staff. So I can tell you this, if the chamber would have a very hard time surviving without the hot tax funds from the city of Elgin. I thank you for your time.
Stacy Greshner.
You didn't butcher that one, Mayor.
No.
You didn't butcher that one. I have to put the old lady glasses on. Sorry, y'all. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stacy Gretzner, for those of you that don't know me. It's hard to say, but over the past almost 20 years, I've had the privilege of serving this community in a lot of different ways. I've been president of the Main Street Board. I've co-chaired Hog-Eye for multiple years, and I've served Downtown Elgin, Inc. and Envision Elgin. For the last 7 years, I've served on the Chamber of Commerce Board, and I'm wrapping up my year as board chair. I'm saying that up front for one reason. I've had a front row seat to how these organizations operate. The good, the not so good, and the reality of what it takes the community to keep the community momentum moving forward. And through that lens, I want to say something plainly and respectfully. Over the years, I've watched some organizations take steps back in certain areas. And I've also watched the chamber take real leaps forward in its contributions to Elgin. I don't say that as a stab to anyone. I say it because it's the truth and I've seen it. The chamber is not just a visitor center. It's a hub. It supports business growth, community, connection, and tourism-driven activity. That's hard to say. The kind that gets people into our downtown, into our shops, into our local events. It's also important to be realistic about capacity. This work is being carried by a small staff. They have continued to produce results. I understand the agreement includes operating the visitor center, but these funds are meant to support tourism and promotion, and I hope you weigh the Chamber's value by the results it produces in Elgin. I appreciate the accountability and the questions. We all should. But I hope tonight's vote reflects the Chamber's actual outcomes and the role it plays in keeping Elgin moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Veronica Seaver.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I debated whether I'd get up here tonight because I'm no longer in the position at the Chamber and it doesn't really affect my day-to-day life anymore. But the truth is, this isn't about me, shouldn't be about a battle of personalities. I'm here to talk about the outcomes. It's about the future of the Chamber and the many people that it impacts. And for clarity and the record, she and the Chamber share a building, but not finances. The Chamber pays $1,000 in monthly rent, and she pays $1,800 in monthly rent. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship with similar goals at hand. But in a small town like ours, the Chamber is at the forefront of community, business, and connection. And I think we can all agree that there would be nothing better than the Chamber being financially independent. But as a nonprofit in a small town, those funds don't exactly just come rolling in. I do believe the Chamber can get there, but they're not there yet. With limited resources and a staff of 2, I truly believe the Chamber has worked hard to make a big impact, as big of an impact as possible. Not perfectly, but as possible as they could. And I do understand that this contract is tied to running the visitor center. And the visitor center has been upgraded in a major way in 2025. The move out of the city building and into a Main Street location was a step towards independence and has also increased the visibility. The doors are open, the welcome backs are there, the phones get answered, but no one can control how many people walk through the door. What they can control is whether the space is accessible and visible, and the new location has increased foot traffic and community use. Rotary meets there. People stop in just because they're walking by. Community members use the space to work, to meet clients, and even to host their own workshops. Lastly, while the visitor center is what the contract is tied to, Hot Funds are about promotion and tourism, and the Chamber has done the work. Western Days, growing the hot cocoa stroll into a bigger Christmas in Elgin experience, getting Elgin featured in the Austin Business Journal's first Small Business Big Impact series, supporting Sip, Shop, and Stroll efforts, and on Shop Small Saturday, here this year in 2025, the Chamber's Cash Mob has helped downtown retailers report sales higher than what they got at Hawkeye. In other words, the Chamber is more than the visitor center. And while this funding is tied to the contract, I hope the full scope of the Chamber's promotion and tourism work and the reality of the capacity of a small town is considered in your vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Erica Greenfield.
Good evening to all of you. I'm Erica Greenfield, incoming chair for the Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to read a letter from Carrie Westland. She's a chamber member of Commerce, board member and executive board member, and she's also the chief administrative officer at Carlane Manufacturing. So this is a letter regarding the HUD funds contract with the city of Elgin. To whom it may concern, while it is unfortunate that I'm not with you in person tonight, I felt it was important to share my perspective. As you've heard, HUD funds are critical for the Elgin Chamber of Commerce and Elgin community for many reasons. Elgin Chamber of Commerce currently operates the Visitor Center Monday through Fridays and Saturdays until 12 p.m. During the last meeting, a city council person requested the Visitor Center to be open Monday through Fridays and all day Saturdays. I respectfully disagree. Should the council wish for extended hours, I recommend we re-evaluate after we have enhanced visitor tracking from the first quarter of 2026. With a small team of 2 and a focus on events supporting and developing chamber members and the community, I feel extended hours limits their ability to support Elgin businesses. I know there have been conversations about lack of visitors from outside neighboring counties. The Elgin Chamber of Commerce plays a vital role in strengthening the local economy and bringing more businesses to town. More retail businesses bring more people into town and potentially more visitors. Events bring people into town. A robust downtown district brings more people into town. On Saturday, December 6th, the chamber hosted a hot cocoa stroll and market, bringing hundreds downtown. The Visitors Center is one component of this. However, the city chamber is not solely responsible for tourism. We're one component of our bigger effort. Approval of the Hot Funds contract ensures many things, including a visitors center for Elgin. Approval of the Hot Funds contract benefits the Elgin community, residents, and businesses. A robust chamber of commerce benefits every citizen. Jobs, yes. Retail businesses, yes. Opportunities and options, yes. All supported by the Elgin Chamber of Commerce. The Elgin community.
Sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Heather Bloom.
Good evening. My name is Heather Bloom. I am the Chamber President for the Elgin Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, and I am reading a letter from Virginia Puertas, business owner of La Cabana Garden Venue in Elgin, Texas. To whom it may concern, my name is Virginia Puertas, and I am a local business owner in Elgin, Texas. I am the owner of La Cabana Garden Venue. I am writing this letter to formally express my strong support for the Elgin Visitor Center and Elgin Chamber of Commerce. The Visitor Center and Chamber play a vital role in promoting Elgin and supporting local businesses like mine. Through their marketing efforts, community outreach, and tourism promotion, they attract visitors from across Central Texas and beyond. These visitors not only utilize my venue, but also support our local hotels, restaurants, shops, and other small businesses throughout the city. Many of my clients come from outside of the Elgin area. The resources provided by the Visitor Center and the Chamber help these visitors discover Elgin and extend their stay and fully experience what our community has to offer. This directly contributes to economic growth, increased tourism revenue, and long-term sustainability for local businesses. Continued support for the Visitor Center and the Chamber is an investment in the success of Elgin's business community and the overall vitality of our city. Their work strengthens our local economy, creates opportunities for small businesses, and enhances Elgin's visibility as a destination. I respectfully encourage continued funding and support for these organizations as they are essential to the growth and prosperity of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Virginia Puertas.
Deja Cooper.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Deja Cooper. I'm a small business owner on Main Street. I wanted to speak in support of the city's hot funds with the chamber and its role as the visitors center. From my experience as a business owner on Main Street, I have not only had customers come in and tell me that they have been sent to us by the visitor center, but also I've utilized the chamber's events that go on on Main Street for not only my staff, but myself. I've used their workshops. I've used their space when I needed a place to work peacefully. I've seen how they bring local small businesses together with even limited staff. They've done a great job maintaining ongoing events while also staying true to their hours for the residents and visitors that do come through. The chamber serves as a visitor center. Serving as a visitor center makes sense. And as a business owner on Main Street, I genuinely appreciate them being there and serving our community.
Ed Rivers.
Hi, my name is Ed Rivers. Thank you to the mayor, city council, city manager for letting me have this 3 minutes. I'm old and I like to reminisce. I could go on for 30 minutes if y'all would allow me to, but hopefully you won't. I'm going to take you through a history lesson. I was on the council in the early 90s, 1990s, not 1890s. And when I was on the council, I felt like I was on the board of directors of a corporation that did not have any money. At that point, the city really didn't have any money. I think the city is in much better shape than it was then. We didn't have hot funds there. I started the Chamber of Commerce in '79 when I started my first business in Elgin. The manager of the chamber then was June Thompson. She was married to the superintendent. And so in a small town like Elgin, you know, the manager of the chamber needed to have a spouse that was the main breadwinner in order to afford to take the job as the manager of the chamber. So my first year as president, I think, was '82, and Beverly Daughtry was my best president. We officed it beside what is now, used to be City Cafe, where Noble is now, and it wasn't a very nice space. And then we progressed over to where the city building is. Through the years, June did a good job, interim managers, president of the chamber did well, Jenna did well, and then we started getting funding from the city and progression there. So nowadays, and I stay with the chamber 45 years until the younger generation, so to speak, younger generation can be 45 years old, 50 years old now, that came in to fill the gaps and take it over. I had a long conversation with the chamber president in Bastrop earlier today, and describing how much money they get. They get money from Musk. They get $10,000 sponsors left and right. Elgin doesn't have that. It's very important for the chamber to survive and provide the type of services that they should, and the city requires them to provide under the hot funds. It's all one bowl of it's all tied together in order for that to be provided to Elgin by the chamber. And I would greatly encourage the council to keep working with the chamber, and the chamber working with the city and via the hot funds to support the chamber, so the chamber can do their work that they have been doing, and to the benefit of the citizens, mainly the benefit of their business members, and for the benefit of the city. Thank you.
Ron Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Mr. Eads. I'm here today, my name is Ron Ramirez. I'm here today to advocate for the allocation of the hot funds for the Elgin Chamber and Visitor Center. And you've heard quite a few people talk already, but one thing I want to make sure, Council, that we all agree on is we can do a lot of good together. We can do a lot of good if we collaborate. There's no reason for us to feel like we are under the gun for something that maybe we had done or supposedly done or not doing. The fact of the matter is the Chamber and Visitor Center wants to work with the city. We can help each other. We can do a lot of good together, but we have to have the allocation of hot funds that we're requesting. Our board is made up of numerous leaders in the community, whether it's business or whether it's civil. In fact, the mayor was on our board until recently. Currently, the city manager and the EDC director are on our board. The school superintendents are on our board. We have numerous business leaders on our board. We're not trying to do anything that's underhanded. We're not trying to get money for not doing anything. We're trying to get our allocation so that we can continue to work with the city and the other organizations that are helping promotion and tourism. That's all we're asking for. Not that it makes a difference, but just for a comparison, we have a city 32 miles east of us that's not even half our size that gives their chamber and visitor center $130,000. We have a city that's 18 miles south of us that gives their visitor center, and I know about that visitor center. I'm talking about Bastrop because I work there. The Bastrop Visitor Center gets over $300,000 a year, and the only thing they have over the Elgin Visitor Center is they have more staff and it's a fancier place. We do the same thing. If people come into our visitor center, we have a friendly person that sits there and greets them. They're knowledgeable about the events in Elgin, about the hotels in Elgin, about the restaurants, what's going on in Elgin. We have the same purpose that the Bastrop Visitor Center has. They're just bigger. But we serve as visitor center. Visitor center is not responsible for bringing people into Elgin. That's your job and my job and the EDC and all these other, Main Street Board, all these other organizations. That's our job to bring people to Elgin. The visitor center is there to greet them in a proper and friendly way and be knowledgeable of what's going on in Elgin. I went to 3 hotels here recently and asked about, we're asking for money not just for the visitor center. Let's not forget that. We also have events that bring people into town. Our biggest one, of course, is Western Days. The biggest event that the city sponsors is Hogeye. Ours is Western Days. I went to the 3 hotels and I asked them to compare their occupancy rate during the 4 days of Western Days. Okay, thank you, Council.
That's all of our public comment. We'll move on now to our announcements.
Three minutes, Chief.
Hi. Sure. I don't know if everybody knows Charlotte Thomas. She's head of the Elgin Juneteenth organization, and wanted to go over a few of the activities we've been involved in since Thanksgiving, and very notable events, great community events. And the first one was Operation Turkey on Thanksgiving Day. And we assisted the organization, Shamitra McGregor, with preparation and distribution of almost 3,000 meals. And Councilmember Kasnowski was there, very generous to, how many did you get, 35, 40 of them? Distribution to distribute. It was great. And there's some of our guys, I'm off the side, we're packing jellied cranberry sauce, and I will never eat that again. And loading up vehicles in front of Morella's restaurant. We had a crew of about 8 there, including our on-duty shift, who was helping out as they could, if call loading permitting. Then, on December the 7th, we assisted Sister Irene's Open Door Mission with a food drive to help her parishioners and folks in the homeless community with getting food. And we filled our box trailer and completely loaded her sanctuary with food. Rough estimate is $16,000, $17,000 worth of groceries that were collected. And then this past Saturday, we had our Shop with the Cop event with Charlotte and the Elgin Juneteenth organization. And I was just going through photos a few minutes ago from our Shop with the Cop from 2 years ago, where we had 17 officers there, and we served, what, 50 kiddos. And this time we had 49 officers there, 7 professional support staff, the public information officers from the Department of Public Safety, from the Travis County Sheriff's Department. And we served 86 kiddos this time. And there's some Then we had the folks on the left were at Austin Community College officers. We had Travis County Sheriff's Department, Travis County Precinct 1 constables, Department of Public Safety, again, Austin Community College, and the Bastrop County Precinct 4. State police officer, and kiddos getting the toys. But anyway, just very proud of our partnership with the Elgin Juneteenth organization, and it means a lot. And we actually get to interact with the children when we do this program. That's it. You got anything?
Byron Mitchell is Elgin Juneteenth's president. I'm the coordinator of Shop with a Cop.
Fine job she does. So she got a field promotion.
Thank you, Chief.
Good evening. I'm here to wrap up the announcements. So I have a few fun events to invite everyone out to. The Elgin Parks and Recreation is hosting another polar bear plunge. It's going to take place Saturday, January 3rd at the Morris Memorial Park. So if you're bold and brave, feel free to come out and participate with that. Also, Elgin Public Library is doing a family movie night Friday, December the 19th at 6:30. And the library provides refreshments, so feel free to come out, bring a chair, and enjoy a movie with us. And last, and certainly not least, the Elgin Main Street is doing the stocking stuffer on Saturday, December 20th, from 10 to 6. This is the stocking stuffers the Stocking Stuffer Saturday in downtown Elgin is the town's unofficial last call for local holiday shopping, with merchants highlighting small gifts, treats, and specials perfect for stuffing stockings. I'm sorry, it's not coming out right. But that'll be Saturday, December 20th, and hopefully everyone can make it. Thank you.
Next, we will. I don't think so. Maybe not.
Everybody else?
He got nervous.
He's nervous. He's nervous. We're going to take this time out to swear in our new city manager. If he would follow me.
That's right.
And I guess I need to take a mic. Can we be loud enough?
No, take the mic.
You got a mic? Take it off. All right. I state your name.
See?
Let me grab this. Can you grab your back?
Okay, here you go.
Team effort on this.
All right. Repeat after me. I, Robert Alexander Eads,
I, Robert Alexander Eads,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of city manager
of city manager
and will,
and will,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state
and of this state
and of the city charter
and of the city charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of
of
the city of Elgin.
the city of Elgin.
So help me God.
So help me God.
right.
God bless. Thank you so much.
Now we will have a presentation by Roger Adams in regard, oh, there he is. All right, he's ready. All right, he's going to give us an update on the Bastrop County Public Health Department Advisory Board.
All right, thank you so much. I bring you greetings from all 9 members of that board who's worked tirelessly over the last 10 months to set up some baselines around health and safety for our community in Bastrop. So part of our duties as board members is to provide you, Mayor McShann, as well as the elected officials on the dais with information about the board's activities and what's happening with the Public Department of Health. We are encouraging all of you, including our new city manager, to encourage and support our county officials as well as the staff of the Public Health Department for Bastrop County in moving this forward. We've heard a lot today about things that are needed in the area, and health ranges from things like thoroughfares to get to a physician, to healthy foods to consume into your body. It is not just about clinical services, because there are social determinants that keep people from accessing care. And so one of the things, those are things that Donna, and who's with us, and her staff have worked on over these 10 months, and they've done a phenomenal job in doing so. So just a little history. The Advisory Board of Health was established in March of this year. So we have met our 10th meeting, and again, in this capacity, what was appointed to do was to provide advisory services as well as help the board with the formation of what's needed in the realm of public health for county. So myself and other folks representing the other cities within our county serve on that board. Now, as I mentioned, this board has made some great strides over these past 10 months. So I'm going to start with the money. The Board of Health started with a mere $125,000. Through the efforts of the executive director, along with her staff, they have increased that money by over $2.75 million. I think that deserves a hand. Those dollars are in place from a variety of sources, including city, federal, state, and philanthropic donations. About 2.75 million of those dollars are designated grants for housing as well as workforce development. I mentioned earlier that public health is more than about clinical services. If you have no one to provide service, then you do not have access to service, which Bastrop County, the city of Elgin, and the other cities in this county need desperately. So access going forward in 2006 is going to be a main thing, and I'm going to need everyone's help on this dais, along with everyone in this city, to contact your representatives that are on this dais so we can define what access means to Bastrop County. That is one of the charges of the board going forward. So other strides that have been made are in the area of community education. Something that didn't exist before was a mechanism and tools and a communication strategy to inform the members or the citizenry of Bastrop County about public health events, things that are impacting us, like the measles breakout. Does everybody remember that? That information was not easily disseminated until now. Also, there are forms online for any resident of Bastrop County to go online and report environmental things that are impacting them in environment, air, water, whatever. It's very prominent on the Bastrop County Public Health website, and it's a form that you can fill out, and it goes to those individuals that are responsible for responding to that. So having that infectious disease plan in place and a communication strategy is going to be very important to all of our health and safety, right? Because who doesn't want to know that your air or your water is not safe, right? And who does not want an opportunity to report when there are environmental hazards that may be impeding or impacting how they live or their ability to live in a community? So when we think about access, there are some strides that have been made in this area too. So during the formation of the board and various community hearings, not hearings, but public meetings that were held to get information about what people need in this community. One of the things people talked about was access. And what they were talking about was access to clinical services, because health involves two different things. One is the education, that's the information that empowers people to be able to know that they actually need something and how to get it. The other is the availability of the service in a community. Here in Elgin, we have a facility here. However, that facility does not provide after-hours care. That's an access issue. That can impact someone's ability to live, right? Although we do have clinical providers in the area, there's also never enough clinical providers in any area. Overall in America, there's a shortage of clinical providers, of which you all have probably heard about on the news and the efforts of colleges and universities and governments to beef up those efforts. We need those same things here in the city of Elgin and Bastrop County. However, one important thing was made. There is a service that is available, and I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called Credible Minds. And this is a service that's available for people to find behavioral health care services. It's an online mechanism. Folks can go on there, find resources. They can even find information and do a minor assessment, and it will take them to or refer them to providers in their area that they can choose to select. Doesn't tell them where to go, just gives them information about where the providers are, and then that person has to seek it out. Within the first very short period of rolling that out, there were 800 subscribers. If you have not had an opportunity to do so, there is also a newsletter that's produced by the Public Health Department, and that newsletter is distributed to about 600 people so far. So if you get an opportunity, you can sign up for that newsletter as well. You can go on the website and do that. And if you can't find it, because we're such a small board at this point, I'm sure Donna will be able to help you to guide you through that. These are just a few of the highlights of what the board has been doing and what the very, very qualified staff have been doing to try to get this department off of the ground. This is a tremendous leap forward than what we've had before. So I'm going to again encourage all of you to please interact with your constituents, in turn interact with our county commissioner to encourage them to hold this board up as something that is needed in this community for all of our health and safety, because any of us can be impacted at any time with that. And so at this time, I will go ahead and open for any questions that you may have. And if I can't answer them, Donna is right there.
What's the website to the county public health department?
That is our email address. Our website is under construction, so feel free to address us at.
Donna, you got to come to the mic.
She has to come to the mic. I thought
Donna, you have to come to the
I
mic.
thought when I said if I can't answer questions, Donna is here. I thought that was my cue. That was my cue.
You got my back. You got my back.
You know I have a gymnasium voice.
I know.
you lazy
Go on and lower that mic.
Okay, lowered it, okay. All right, here we go. So again, public.health@co.bastrop.tx.us. That will get you to our office, and we can provide you with whatever information, education, connect you with Credible Mind to talk to you about what we're doing over social media, as well as to talk to you about access to care and what that means for all of our communities. The other thing I want to say is this gentleman is quite the champion. And we're very proud of Mr. Adams and what he's done to add his voice to the Board of Health, and all that he's done to say, you know, Elgin is in this game, and we really need to do something about public health in the county. Again, what I would recommend to you, here's my pitch. What I would recommend to you is every year for our municipal board members, as a council, you have the opportunity to reappoint your board member or appoint a new board member. I am here to say you've got a sterling champion in public health here. So there's my pitch. And again, thank you, City of Elgin, for being in our corner. It really has been heartwarming to have you there. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna. So again, in closing, I just want to do a couple of shout outs to folks that are sitting before us tonight. So I'll start with you, Mayor McShann. When I contacted you and notified you about a situation, you took action, you pulled in key contacts that you know and tried to get things done. We need for everybody on board to do, everybody on the council to do those same things. And that's how we get this off the board. That's how we get clinics in the area. That's how members of our council don't have to be airlifted for life-saving care that she could have received right here in this community, because those are the kinds of things that create access. Sometimes when things haven't been done before, there's a very, the battle is uphill, is how I will say that. So that's why I'm strongly encouraging you that if you are an elected official listening to my voice, please contact our county commissioner and let them know what your constituents need in order for them to maintain health and safety, so they continue to pay taxes, so we continue to have all these good services that we have. But in those good services, besides all the good food and barbecue, you need to treat that cholesterol that you might get from eating too much of the fatty sliced brisket. But we do that. And I also want to thank, I'm gonna just call her my friend, but I met her as Candidate Love for apprising me of this opportunity and letting me know that it was there, and encouraging me to do so, because I fought her tooth and nail. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm too busy. I'm not busy, but I'm too busy because I'm just lazy. But I'm too busy because I need to take a nap after work. But I do encourage you for encouraging me to go ahead and be a part of this. And thank you all for allowing me to represent you on this board. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know. If you don't know how to contact me directly, please contact my ward representative, and she will get any questions you have for me. Thank you all so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Roger. Okay, our next thing is our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Before you, we'd like to offer the calendar for the second monthly meetings for the City Council in 2026. You will see blue circles as the proposed second dates of the month. And so we'd like for you to entertain and possibly take action on this at this point. You see anything in there that already that may have to shift, please let us know. We'll make that adjustment.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to, Madam Mayor.
You on?
Was.
Yeah, you're on.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the second meeting of each month in 2026.
Do I have a s-
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. We'll begin with Mayor Pro Tem Love. I'm sorry.
Frazier, yes.
Thank you. McShann, yes.
Kosnowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Slade, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Okay. Motion carries.
Second item, Mayor, thank you, by the way. Special events permitting process adoption. We do bring before you again the suggested framework for what we believe could be a special events application. We also want to state that if there's an opportunity to perfect this even more so, we encourage to do that. It'd be good for that to you know, be brought out so we can do that. The time frame for this rollout, you know, we did have Ms. Marzek with us, and she carried this all the way from the Parks Department to get us to this point with staff. But I will say this is a self-imposed deadline, and we're seeking to put an application that works for our community, that works for this council, and where it's a useful tool. And so the deadline or the push is one that's self-imposed on us. So we'd like to continue this forward. But what I will say too, in some other comments, to say if this tool is not yet where it's ready to roll out, we are okay with going back to the drawing board and fine tuning this, because again, we want to do something that takes us forward without that rush. And so that's what we put before you. I think, Councilmember Kozanowski, you had mentioned some of the, or a question of the scoring or the methodology, which I think is a great valid point and may be part of our reassessment or fine tuning, I should say, of this application.
Yeah, I guess, in looking at the evaluation criteria, in my opinion, it looks like it would be hard to score low. Some of the questions seem pretty subjective, and so I guess, you know, I guess my question is, who decides that? And I think my thought was, I think it could be helpful both for city staff and also for council to see all of the events, maybe that fees were waived in 2025, and look at what the dollar value was for each of those and those events, because I think we need to have some consistency in terms of fees that are waiving. Because one of the first questions on the rubric is, does this promote, I think, you know, pride in the community, something like that. I think you could probably make that argument for a lot. I would say most of these events are free, but, you know, I think, I would say not most, but I think there's a good chunk of cities that have a certain number, or they say these are the ones that we want to waive fees for, but you have, I think you make a little bit more of, again, like a rubric.
So I definitely think that, and I think, again, it's fine-tuning this to where it actually produces something you want to get out of it. Staff doesn't want to put you through an exercise. We don't want to put ourselves through an exercise, or even an agency that's applying, or a party that's applying to this, if it's not going to get the same result. I guess what I'm saying is, if everybody's great, then no one's great. You need to start to distinguish, and I agree, more data-driven questions, we can drill down on those. And I'll be honest with you as well, you're going to find, as you all know, that you're going to do and waive fees perhaps because this is what's good for Elgin as a principal or as something you want to do. Because not looking at returns, not looking at foot traffic, those data points, but it may be something that you as a council deem as a priority, and it's something you want to do. All we're trying to do is giving you another tool to kind of a lens to look through, but we want to make sure that it's valid. So I think if the council agrees, I'd like to get with our staff that are, by the way, with us here, joining us, with the Parks Department, to sit down and go over the rubric once again to see if we can fine-tune those edges and bring that back. Because I think those are valid points. I mean, if we're going to end up and everybody's getting a 99, what good did that do you? And again, those, you know, those ones that are more difficult to have answered with the number, that's why you're here also, because it could be not something that's shown on the form as a high scoring, but it gets to the very top to say, but that's us. That's what we want to do. So we just want to include this tool. We are, by the way, also tracking all of these numbers. I wanted them as now a permanent city manager, for sure. But I wanted to use these for my own information so that we can do data-driven decisions. And so for resources, for budget, because it does take added resources. And so if that's the will of the council, say these are our priorities, regardless of what resources go in, so be it. But we do want to put that in front of you to say, look, this is truly what we're investing. And some cities do. They say, you know what, off this list annually, this one's a go, this one's a go, this one's a go, regardless of the rubric. These are just things who we are, right? And then the ones that come to, then you can start doing that decision making to say, well, as I'm going through this, this kind of looks like a maybe. Let's talk about this one. So that's the goal. We're not here to make decisions for you. We're trying to provide a tool to make it easier for you to kind of cut through all the stuff. So we'll fine tune this if council, mayor allows. We appreciate the time to give us. Maybe we'll bring it back in next month. Like I said, there's no urgency on our part. We're doing well with the system we have so far, but we can bring it back in January perhaps and see what you think about that. Because I'm gonna run some sample projects that we do, and I want to shake those out to see what they actually look like. And so we'll test the model and then bring it back to, so it's useful. I mean, I don't want to just more paper, more stuff to look through.
And to your point of the waiver, Elizabeth did something
Yes, ma'am.
before she left.
Yes,
So y'all can draw from that where, what we waived and all that.
For sure.
I know we got the lump
got some
sum,
of it.
but I think it would be helpful if we had a whole spreadsheet
Sure.
showing every single one, and maybe even ones that we didn't waive.
Sure.
Again, I don't want to be waiving something for one organization or one church and not necessarily do it for the others without having a good reason for that. And I just want people to feel like they're being treated fairly.
Love it.
Robert, I like it. My one question I have is, what is a real cost and what is a proposed cost? The real cost is manpower blocking street out
Right.
here. Proposed cost is renting the park out. Was the park gonna be rented to start with?
Right. And
Like to
so,
see those two numbers.
yes, sir. So I think those are the questions, the clarity that I think should be provided. Again, where it's a useful tool, not where you're sitting there scratching your head for another, 4 hours trying to decide on this. It should be pretty clear what those things are. And again, some things you just come to the point to say, having said all that, we'd still like to move forward as council because we deem this as a priority because of external things that it brings and the quality of life that it provides to citizens. So we'll try to quantify as much as possible. You're still going to have some embedded things in there, but we'll work on that. We got a good team, and I know the direction if council sends us off, we'll bring it back so that we can take a look at it again, if you'll allow.
Next, we have our consent agenda. We have the minutes from November 17th, 2025, and a resolution of the City of Elgin adopting a written investment policy and investment strategy regarding the investment of city funds, designating the city's investment officers to be effective December the 16th, and providing for related matters. Do I have a motion to?
If I may say on that, Mayor, just a quick reference point, just in case it doesn't ring any bells at this point. But you always have a stated investment officer within the city. What this is doing is it's adding me to that investment tool. That's where I left to the day after my appointment to San Antonio, was to get that Public Funds Investment Act training that's required by law. And so now we'll have our finance director, acting finance director, or appointee, and then the city manager, not by name, but by position as well. So that's all this is doing. You've had one in previous years, you carry it forward. All this is doing is adding an alternate, which would be me, with the same authorities that the primary, which would be the finance director, would have as well. That's what this is.
I'll second.
We'll begin with Councilmember Swain.
Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
All right, we move on to our new business. A resolution of the City of Elgin, Texas, approving an economic development agreement between the City of Elgin and Economic Development Corporation and AV Elgin 46 LPA4, Elgin 46 QOFLP, and MRRM Q0ZPLP, and authorizing the mayor to approve the contract. Haley?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to give you an overview of the project because it's probably been a little while since we've talked about this one, and then we've got the developers here. They're going to provide some comment, and then we are open for any questions you might have. So Elgin Commons, it's been called several different names over the years, but it's the 60-acre retail development, which is 325,000 square feet of retail space, 244,000 square feet of pad sites, and a Class 3 hotel development. The location of the project, it's just to the west of Walmart and Whataburger. This project will also provide connectivity not only with infrastructure projects but with roadways. It'll provide multiple entrances and exits into the project, as well as connect Lee Dildy Road and Innovation Way, so it will loop into the business park and be another entrance exit for all of our industrial businesses in the park. So here's kind of a project recap, because this is we've been meeting about this project for many, many years. So just to get everybody up to speed, that font is not the best up here. I apologize. It looked easier to read on the computer.
You have copies of this, by the way?
Yeah, I think please. Do you want a physical copy?
If you have one. Did you have copies? No? I'll get this to the mayor. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
I've got like
Mr.
a couple
Council.
of them.
I'm sorry,
I probably
Mayor.
have 2 or 3.
Go right ahead.
But okay.
No.
So just a kind of a recap timeline of the project. So City Council approved the Planned Development District presented by P&Z, or recommended by P&Z back in May 2024. And then after that was approved, the EDC board and City Council approved the support to establish the Municipal Management District, which was also approved by the state legislature. And then just last week, the EDC board approved the incentive agreement, economic development agreement with American Ventures. And so just a couple of project highlights. I think you'll have copies, I think the one pager and of the contract itself, but I just put it kind of in bullet points so you can get the overview of the project. So this project is about $14.1 million in infrastructure investments, $200 million in construction costs. So the EDC board approved $5 million to assist with public infrastructure costs to expedite the project. The EDC is going to invest approximately $750,000 into the wastewater line extension, and then $4.25 million in sales tax grant reimbursements for the difference in the cost of the extension of the wastewater line. Some of the pieces of the agreement, they have to begin construction by December 31st of 2026. They must construct 200,000 square feet within the first 3 years of the project. And we broke down the sales tax grant payments to expedite, to kind of, I guess, front load the incentives for I guess, speed to market. So for years 1 through 5, they'll receive 75% of the EDC sales tax grant payments. And I want to be clear, this is just the EDC's portion, not the city's portion, just the EDC's. Years 6 through 10, 50%, and it goes down to 25% years 11 through 15. So also another thing we had written into the agreement was if they were to sell off a portion of the project to a nonprofit entity, they would have to reimburse the city for the property taxes. This is, again, just to maximize our investment. If we're investing in the infrastructure and in this project, we want to make sure that it's the best benefit to the community, to the city, really helping balance that land use and maximizing a prime piece of property. So the economic impact for this. So over, it'll create about 1,300 new jobs during construction and post-construction. The projected sales tax impact is $1.2 million to the city, and about $250,000 in additional hot funds. Property taxes at full build out will bring the city about $600,000 annually. So over a 30-year period, it's about a $60 million impact just to the city of Elgin, not including all of the other entities that'll benefit, like the school district, Austin Community College, the county. So that's just a brief overview of the project. Again, I think y'all have the contract. I can email this out to you guys right now too. It didn't look that tiny on my screen, I promise. But I will also invite American Ventures up. They're here with us today to add any additional comments, and then we're happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Hi, everyone. John Kashak with American Ventures, the Titles Director of Acquisitions and Entitlement. So we purchased this property, I think it was in 22. And I personally, I love working in the city of Elgin. It was a big part of the Briarwood development that's on County Line Road over by the elementary school. And, you know, really when we came to the thesis to invest in Elgin with this type of project, what it really came down to was we wanted to copy and paste what Maynard got and y'all didn't get, which is that new development. And so I can't get too specific about particular retailers that we're working with because a lot of people in real estate like poaching tenants from us, but there's a lot of national brands that are showing a lot of interest in these pads. We anticipate, honestly, to break ground in April of next year, specifically with the infrastructure of the pads. You'll start seeing those go vertical within 6 months of that, which is great. We're talking to a couple of junior anchor boxes as well as some large anchor tenants that would potentially come in on the back end, the back side of the property. We plan on being in Elgin for a long time. This is a 10-year investment horizon for us, as well as to our investors. And working with the EDC has been great. I would say one of the most important things, and it was to nobody's fault, but when we initially bought this project, where our connection with the Elgin Business Park was located was actually further inside of where the property line is. And ultimately what happened, it was replatted on us, and it like doubled our cost from an infrastructure standpoint. You know, bringing the wastewater line allows us to bring in a lot more tenants, a lot more space. Another signalized intersection is super important. We want to get this project up ASAP, and you know, there's a lot of TxDOT improvements too as well. I don't like to get too much into the details, but we have off-site improvements at the intersection of 290 and Highway 95, which I think is really kind of I call it a bottleneck personally, where everyone just gets stuck at that light. And so, no, you're okay. And so I think that's important to share with you guys. It will be another signalized intersection. But you know, we think the connectivity with the EDC Business Park behind us, they'll have 2 access points to enter the property at signalized intersection. But overall, we're super pumped to do this project. We're excited to get started right away. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
You answered my first question. When were you predicted to ground break? So you said April 2026. So we'll be looking for you.
Yeah, no, but she put me, you know, like
in a
tight timeline.
It's okay. I got you.
Yeah. It's done, yeah. So, yeah, no, essentially, right, one of the most critical pathways for us to start this development was going through the state legislature. And just to give you a fun tidbit, Friday before it ended, the motion got approved to do this infrastructure. That would have delayed this project even further. So very thankful for the state getting us passed on that particular agenda item that allows us to actually fund the public infrastructure that eventually, you know, will be dedicated to the city.
I don't have a question. but I guess more of a comment. When you said copy and paste, it kind of turned me off a little bit because I don't want what other people have. I hope that aesthetically you bring something different to this development that sets it apart from looking like Manor and Pflugerville. And I just, yeah, that's just
That's a
my
fair
comment,
comment.
is that I would really just hope that I don't want to copy and paste. I want something unique.
Yeah, so one of the things that we actually implement on new development is we have architectural standards that are typically that run with the land in perpetuity, and so that's something that we recognize. So yeah, I do apologize. Copy and paste probably wasn't the right
Well,
response.
I appreciate that because I feel like that's one area in this city that we're not paying enough attention to, is that we're losing our identity, and I want to see us maintain our small town identity, both aesthetically, well, I guess aesthetically.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that comment.
What is the timeline for, like, when can we start shopping there? Because that's what constituents are going to ask us, right?
I totally respect that. So, basically, like, typically, infrastructure project of this size takes anywhere from 4 to 6 months in terms of just timeline. Unfortunately, we can't turn that over to a potential retailer until after that portion of the project. However, what our goal is and what we're receiving within our contracts are they are actually going through the permitting process while we're doing construction. So typically that should follow fairly quickly right after that. And so I would anticipate, depending on the size of the tenant, you're going to see a lot of the pads come here first, mainly because they're, we're talking restaurants, we're talking, convenience stores potentially, we're talking about urgent meds. There's a couple other tenants that have a big name brand that, you guys would truly love to see here, in my opinion. I come here all the time. So on the larger side of the development, that one is going to take a little bit more time. And what I mean by that is, in order for us to obtain certain financing to get vertical, we have to have a certain portion of the project pre-leased in advance. And that timeline to do tilt wall retail construction of this kind of magnitude, we're talking about anywhere from a 9-12 month process once we break ground. But having that public infrastructure in place initially, it speeds up that process on the back end.
What's the likelihood of having local businesses have a lease?
We would love to have local businesses. We would love to have all businesses. And I think, honestly, locally, we would encourage local business owners to be a part of this development.
Thank you. And last question. What is a 3-star hotel with national flag?
It's a Marriott, a Hilton, a Hyatt, right? So, we're not going after, I'm not knocking on them, but like a Motel 6. But not knocking on them. There's a need for them in certain areas, but we do want, a name brand. So Marriott currently is looking in Elgin. We anticipate potentially a Hilton of some type coming to this project.
Any other questions?
No questions. Thanks, Kaylee, for bringing this home. I know it was a lot of years coming, and there were a lot of butting heads. And John, thank you especially for coming to the EDC and talking with all of us.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
It was a group effort. I truly appreciate that and getting it home.
Okay, do I have a motion? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
A second?
I'll second. Pick.
All right, we'll begin with Councilmember St. Pierre.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kasnovsky, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Second one is a resolution of the City of Elgin authorizing the city manager to execute work authorization. Number 3 with Gradient Leadership Solutions Corporation of Mansfield, Texas for finance-related services.
Yes, Mayor, so Pam Sanders is coming up, but what I will say is that what the intent of this item is to continue the relationship, the work that we're doing with Gradient, and plugging those holes and carrying us through a lot of very heavy lifting. And until we're sure-footed, then, you know, we can start having other conversations. But now, and for the near future, I would ask that we continue our work that is working feverishly in the background on a lot of different things that don't get talked about a lot, but are continually worked on. But that's why we bring this forward, so that we can go ahead and continue that relationship with Gradient until we're ready to fly ourselves.
Okay. Any questions?
Oh, that was Pam's speech?
That was it.
You're welcome, Pam.
Thanks.
And we do have
I'll make the
Lori with
motion.
us. I'm sorry.
Al?
I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll begin with Councilmember Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Motion carries. Next, number 3 is the resolution of City of Elgin authorizing the city manager to award the negotiated professional services contract, award Logic Compensation Group for the city's compensation and benefits study.
Go ahead, Ms. Evers.
This is to bring the Logic Compensation Group's contract forward to approve initiating the start process for the compensation and benefits study that we've talked about. Logic was the selected vendor at the last council meeting, and it was awarded for us to move forward. We've moved forward and communicated with them. We've received their contract and their cost proposal, which is in your packet. If you have any questions, I can answer those.
So we did more than what we set aside. We're good.
So budgeted, I believe it was thought to be, or going to be around 50,000, so we're hovering around what that is. I'm satisfied with the direction and the quality product that we're going to get. But to answer your question on the budget side, I think initially, I think that was the budget idea was
It was
around
the
50,000.
estimate. We were unsure, given the scope of the project and seeing how it's laid out. I think this is actually a good price.
And this is the all-female one?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, we'll begin with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Love.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Swain, yes.
Okay, the next one is
Thank
number
you.
4, an ordinance of the City of Elgin, Texas, adopting the 10 Texas traits of good government and guiding principles for the city council committees and advisory councils, officials, employees, and contracted employees, providing for implementation and application, establishing standards for conduct and governance, providing a severability clause.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I bring this before you as an item that I think could benefit all of us, staff included, advisory boards, and of course, council. This was actually an idea brought forth, and I was called about this a couple different times from a couple different members of the council after I had just had a conversation with Mr. Alan Borquist, he's an attorney. I think Mr. Schroeder knows him as well. He mentioned him by name. And so what we're asking to do, this resolution, what it does, and this was drafted by his firm many years ago and is used, he's known as the ethics guru in Texas that gives these presentations and gives these training seminars on conduct and ethics. In my past life in another community, I used his services to better us to have a solid working code of conduct for our, again, staff, advisory board, council, and all that good stuff. This is the very first step in going towards something that we can work through strategic planning session on and talk about. But when I thought of beginning and initially starting this and having the conversations that was being felt having with me, and when we're at TML, well, guess who I ran into? God put him in front of me, and I saw Alan, and I said, Alan, we got to talk. And I think there's an opportunity for us all. And so the idea behind these are very general in terms, and so these are not very specific other than some very basics that I think everybody would appreciate and that we would understand as a team going forward. And I'm talking as a community, really. But I think this will lead into the path where the council we can sit together and say what path we want to be forward in, and how do we want to transform ourselves to make ourselves even better. Because I'm going to be doing that on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, is how can we make ourselves better to make our communities better. And I think that's how this was spurned. But there was some contact by, I know, Council Deputy Mayor Pro Temp Love, by some curiosity right when we got back from TML, that was mentioned. Councilmember St. Pierre, same thing. And so we're hitting on all cylinders, and there was a reason. Mayor, same thing. So I think the idea is sound. But again, these are some very basics that talk about the 10 things. Respectfulness, responsive, effective, transparent, competent, ethical, lawful, innovative, fiscally sound, and accountable. I think we all should be running through and using that lens with everything that we do anyway. And I think it's just what mom taught you, right? How we're raised. But we're going to put it on a piece of paper. We're going to use it as the forward gospel, and that's the standard that we'll move forward with, so that we have that behind us to know that that's what's leading everything that we're doing before us. And although that's what we're doing technically on the dais, I think it's important for us to go out there and publicly commit that. I'm committing for sure, obviously. But this is that very small step, and that's all this is at this point right now. And that's why it's here to entertain the council, and that's how it was brought, and that's the reason behind it.
Who came up with the name?
So that is the actual Allen Borquest standard that is used in all cities that begin with this first small step. It's almost like a formatted program when you get to ultimately either like a code of conduct or a code of ethics.
Yeah.
Whatever fits Elgin, that's worked on. But the very first thing every small or big community, and we're talking cities of over 1 million, adopt this very basic principle to start with that, language of the Texas traits of good government. And I think it is the many years, in talking to Alan, it's the many years that he's been talking about this, and he put it on a piece of paper. And so this is publicly acknowledged and on the website. So anybody can go right now to the Borquest Law Firm website and see it, and it's provided to communities to take freely and to use. And it's not the copy-paste, but some things are just good for every community. And so that's where it comes from. And that's where the title comes from. It's a suggested form, but you make it your own. There's no property rights or anything like that we got to worry about.
That was my next question.
Yes, ma'am. This is free online, and anybody, any community, any organization can adopt these. Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to adopt.
I'll second.
And moved in second, and we will begin with Councilmember Kesnowski.
Kesnowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Thank you, Council.
Number 5 is an ordinance annexing 133.6470 acre and a 40.3.63 acre tract of land totaling 174.01 acres. The hereto described territory to the city of Elgin, Bastrop, Travis County, Texas, and extending boundary limits of said city so as to include said here and after described property within said city limits, and granting to all inhabitants of said property all rights and privileges of other citizens, and binding said inhabitants by all of the acts, ordinances, resolutions, and regulations of said city, and adopting service plan or agreement and granting permanent zoning of PDD Plan Development District, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date.
Bo wrote that, by the way, just letting you know. It's his fault.
Make that short.
Not even close. Not that smart. If we can go to the next slide, I just kind of want to give a quick background history to council. So originally, this came before council. It was called the Graham Estates Development. It entered into a development agreement, which council approved at the time, that basically set the standards for the particular development. That development did not actually move forward in the original construction. Another developer came and purchased that property in addition to additional properties next to it. They came back before P&Z and before council with a new development agreement for the concept of that particular development. Council at the time approved that development. Essentially, a development agreement, they were not going to be in city limits, but the entirety of the development was going to be designed and built to the city standards. In addition, they had some park land that was going to be in as part of the project, some trail systems. But essentially, they were building a subdivision at the time. The city could eventually annex from it. It was not going to be a MUD. It was going to be basically a county subdivision built to the city of Elgin standards. You providing sewer service, Aqua providing water service. They've begun that, moved forward with the project in the design portion, and they've decided that they would just prefer to, being that they're going to be meeting the design standards of the city of Elgin anyway, and that eventually it would be annexed, that it would just be to their benefit to go ahead and ask for voluntary annexation into the city limits at this point in time. As far as the development, the DA basically would transfer to a planned development district, so they're still held to the same standard that council originally had approved for the development itself, and they would move forward with such development. Again, this would be Aqua Water. This would be City of Elgin sanitary sewer, and then essentially it would be PD. Trash would go through the city, so on and so forth. Most of you know it'll look like a giant donut hole. When the law changed, don't quote me, I believe it was 2019, contiguous and adjacent were basically switched out. Basically, when the state legislature took away the involuntary annexation, they did allow voluntary annexation to be a little bit looser and considered from an adjacent property. Today, the courts right now are kind of ruling that adjacent would be something within a mile or very within your ETJ to basically you could voluntarily annex them in. Very similarly, you'll see from the maps the ETJ would be extended. As you guys are very well aware, the state legislature has also changed the laws to where any property can basically disannex themselves from a city's ETJ simply by request and filing it at the county courthouse. So yes, your ETJ will extend out based on this annexation, but those property owners out there do have the ability, if they still don't want to be within the city's ETJ, to formally request that. And I think to date, you guys have had just under 6 since that law changed around the entirety of the city of Elgin's ETJ that have requested to be removed. And with that, I can answer, I think the next slide kind of give you just kind of what that concept plan that was approved as part of the development agreement. So there will not be any changes to this. Again, went before P&Z, recommended to council. Council ultimately approved this. This would all still hold for the actual development.
Bo, did you say individual property owners can de-annex?
Say again?
Did you say individual property owners can de-annex?
So this is 2 separate property tracts that are asking for annexation for the entirety of the development. For the disannexation from the ETJ, yes, individual property owners.
So, like if I bought a house, if I bought a house.
From the ETJ, not from city limits.
Right, but if I bought a house,
Mhm.
I could de-annex from the ETJ?
No, because you would already be in the city limits.
All right, maybe it's late and
Yeah.
I'm not putting 2 and 2 together.
So ETJ is basically half a mile or a mile outside the extents of the city limits. Depending on which county you're in, that gives the city, has some kind of planning control and review of control authority with the county that it might be in, assuming that you have an interlocal agreement. That's the ETJ. It basically sets that up. City limits is where you're in the city limits, you're paying city taxes. the city does have development standards and zoning. You can have a property in the ETJ, no zoning, meets county rules, regulations, but the city still has the ability to review, make sure it's platted lots, so on and so forth. Today, you're actually allowed to disannex yourself from the ETJ to where a city would have no involvement on that particular property as it developed.
So, walk me through, why would the developer want to annex themselves into the city?
Basically, at this point in time, they're going through the development agreement. This particular development's in Travis County. They're gonna have to run two concurrent, because we do not have an interlocal agreement, two concurrent different approval processes, which will probably delay the project for multiple years. They had always intended, hence why they brought the development agreement to the city, that they were going to design to city standards with the idea that they would annex into the city when you were contiguous, and not knowing when you would get other voluntary annexations. The city is only annexing in the actual tracts of property. You are not annexing in County Line Road or the right-of-way. That would still remain Travis County. They would still, for any kind of permitting with their driveways or roadways to County Line Road, they would still be having to meet all Travis County standards for that particular item.
And therefore, all of the property tax, not all of the property taxes, I'm sorry, City of Elgin property taxes would be applied
Correct.
to these
To this property.
homes. Okay.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
We'll begin with Councilmember Swain.
Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Number 6, an ordinance assigning newly annexed properties. City Council Ward Number 2, providing for a severability clause and providing an effective date.
As council is aware, anytime that we annex something, a property into city limits, we have to assign it to a particular ward. For this particular one, staff recommended Ward 2 just because where it was physically located. That being said, we are very well, it's basically an empty piece of property. No one lives there. We watch the housing builds as population increases with a lot of these different developments. At some point in time, staff will be coming back and recommending to council a redrawing of the ward district lines just based on the population to more even it out. But in this case, and you've approved a couple of others in the past, another one later tonight, is it's really based on when there's a population living there. So you will, if you look at the ward map, you will see that it looks like a lot of land mass, you know, to two districts, being District 3 and District 2. We are watching the actual head count. And I do expect that the lines will shift where you will see District 1 and 2's western property move further to the west as you continue to see home starts in 2 and 3.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
We'll begin with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Love.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes.
Swain, yes.
Number 7 is a resolution of the City of Elgin authorizing the mayor to execute the Third Amendment to the development and consent agreement with Clayton Properties Group Incorporated, a Tennessee corporation doing business in Texas as Braun Homes, the developer, and the Altessa Municipal Utility District.
Yes, council, so this would be better known as Harvest Ridge. It is an ETJ MUD that is located off of County Line Road to the east. As you may recall, this has come before P&Z and become before council for approval a couple of different times with amendments. What they are planning to offer is, if looking at your maps closer, I would call it the hyper blue, neon blue looking color, is they had a couple of projects where they did a cottage style home that sold very well, and they feel like they have people that are interested in that particular product. They put that particular product on existing lots that met y'all's threshold, which was 3,600 square feet. In redistributing the layout of their development for just that particular home product, which they refer to as the cottages. They're looking for those pieces of property to have a max or a minimum of 2,000 square feet up to the 3,600. So we're not rewriting the entirety of the code across everything else that's been approved by council. They feel strongly with the school that they're trying to push this towards school teachers and first-time home builders. Basically, it's a house with a garage or parking area that does not have a yard. I mean, it's a very large house on a very small lot. So they're asking for the revision for that 2,000 square foot for just those particular lots. What it does to the development as an overall is right now the development has a maximum number of LUEs of 1,200. They're looking to increase that to 1,300, but the actual count is 1,286, so just under that. What they're have brought forth to the city is one for the public services site that's already been deeded and dedicated to the city, so the shot clock, for lack of better terms, has started for the city to do something, and if we don't start construction for a public service related entity, it reverts, the property will revert back to the developer, and then they can develop it. They've agreed to extend that to 7 years from the date it was deeded over to the city, so that gives you a much larger window to look at how you would best do that particular site. As you recall, for this particular development, they paid a reservation capacity fee towards the wastewater treatment plant expansion. That was at a set fee back in the day of what the impact fee was at that point in time. And they paid that reservation fee for the entirety across the subdivision. What they've agreed to for those additional 100 LUEs, they've increased that to what the actual cost of the expansion was, basically divided by the same calculation. So it's going from about $2,500 to $4,500 for those extra 100 LUEs that they would pay into the city. In addition, they are going to build a trail system that would connect from the ETJ mud down to the Peppergrass Trail and maintain that as well to provide another point of interconnectivity for the development. And then ultimately, that's all gone between to the Parks Board, and then just for the last little bit is they were just cleaning up the parkland ultimately with the school. If you remember, the original agreement did not incorporate a school into the site. It was discussed, but that was a different negotiated development with the ISD, and then they gave up a particular area of property, so we've just basically picked that. So if I can summarize it, it's very specific lots that would be below. Currently, it's 3,600 is the minimum size lot that is defined in the development agreement. So they've basically chosen, as shown on the concept plan, very specific lots where they're asking for it to be as low as 2,000, although they're not all 2,000. They range from 2,000 to 3,600 for those cottage-style homes. So it is not overriding what P&Z had. P&Z recommended, was satisfied with that in the workshop that we had. That is still held to defining of what that particular development was supposed to be contributing to the city.
Questions?
Yes.
Okay. First one, so the extension, they're only granting that if we pass this tonight?
Otherwise, it reverts, it's per your last amendment on the agreement, which was basically, I believe it was 3 years from the time it's conveyed. So you guys are probably 2 years left.
Okay. And then you stated that they've built these type of houses in other areas. What other
Yes.
areas? Like, is it like Elgin? Is it?
Yes, so here in Harvest Ridge, this particular line of homes that they have built that home and called the cottage on some existing lots. Those existing lots were 3,600 or more square feet already within what y'all's code required for the particular development. They've basically said those have sold well. Again, I'm not a developer, so according to them, they've sold well enough that they wanted to add that. But in doing so, creating greater density, I guess the feedback they got was you end up with that product of a home for a certain sales price, but then it ended up on a yard lot that people did not want for that size home.
If I can also, so I guess what you're saying, Bo, is that the houses have been produced similar size, but just on a greater lot size presently?
Correct.
And they're just asking to
go
have the same,
a lot size that they feel is more uniform with the size of the home. Their words, not mine. Again, from an infrastructure standpoint, all of that is accounted for, engineering, so on and so forth, floodplains, and essentially the different items that are read out in the agreement, they're kind of broken up by section. That's basically what the offsets are.
So they get no yard, no grass?
No, there'd probably be a little bit, but I can't, it's not gonna be a yard where
Do you have any idea about a setback or
They'll still have to meet all the same, they're not asking for any differences in what they currently have with that, the development in the DA. So all the setbacks that are already apply across all the different properties, they didn't ask for a variance of that. It's simply just the size of the lot on a square footage basis.
that helps?
Well, and I would say this, not for or against the item itself, but I do know, and we all know, that there's various ranges of opportunities for people that are starting off or at a certain, looking for a certain type of property. And so maybe even the yard consideration may not be a focal point for some people that don't want to worry about that piece, or they're hyper-focused on just their property and a working school, whatever it may be.
Right.
And so this, I think, throws a mix based on, again, what they deem to be demand for this, and we can vary our options. I think maintaining character is one, the properties themselves, but I can't take away from the lot sizes being drastically reduced. But that just gives you a different type of inventory of what you have to offer for the different types of people who may be wanting to look for something like this, where they might not be able to afford something different, or specifically just do not want to deal with the yard issue.
Yeah, in the calculations, if you look at it, some of the larger lot side, they've actually increased some of the 50-foot frontage lots. How they've created these lots is they've taken some of the other lots and cut them into, taken 2 lots and cut it into 3 type a deal. But from the overall count, and we look at that as they go through the developments, it's on this plan, and as they plat each one, is early on with P&Z was, trying to make sure that you had a mix of different lot sizes, but also what that frontage was across. So what you see when you're driving down the road from a front lot line, not necessarily a depth behind it, but what you see driving down the road from your property pin to pin, side to side. They've increased the 50 foots for the overall development. But again, your total increase in density is just under 100 additional homes over what they already have in the agreement.
Are these just gonna look like smaller version of like Elm Creek North?
No, if you've gone to Harvest Ridge, from what they've said, very similar to, they have a lot of, they have a couple of alley-loaded products where they have, it's a front yard or deeper setback with some street-on parking, but basically the garage or the access would be back behind the home, essentially. I say cottage style. A lot of the homes that you see in there are more of a ranch style. I'm not an architect, so I'm gonna butcher it, but from what it looks like, more of that. But yes, they would be 2-story as opposed to single-story, obviously, on these footprints, because they're still trying to meet a certain minimum square footage for each particular house.
So, like duplexes in
No.
Elgin?
Would not be a
Eagles Landing?
duplex. These would all
No,
be
I know, but I'm
single.
saying property size.
Yes, I would say
and
very
2 stories,
similar.
would it be similar, because with the garages in the back, in the alleyway, because that's where I am,
Mhm.
is it going to look similar to that?
I would say,
Or
with the
smaller.
exception of 2-story, I think some of the ones in Eagles Landing are 2-story, correct?
All the all the duplexes are in the middle, but they all feed off like
Basically,
the alleyway and
you
stuff.
cut it in half and you actually spread it, so it's a single structure.
Yeah.
And similar to that.
I think of it like a row house or maybe a townhouse.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was
Probably
thinking,
similar,
Capcom.
more to that. Again, not from city staff. Comments that they made at P and Z was targeting school teachers, single school teachers, newlywed school teachers in the areas, what they're trying. Threshold-wise, they were asked like what type of car, they're really trying to keep it right there at the 199 mark for these particular offerings.
Yeah, it may not be my cup of tea, but I'd like to have,
Someone starting. I get it.
perhaps, yeah. And I think that's the kind of idea, is that our inventory just gets varied and our developments. But I don't disagree that, yeah, you are providing greater density.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue on that.
Nope.
I think in their minds, again, these are some of the comments made at P and Z, is you'll see these are on the other side of the creek to the back portion of the property, very focused around the elementary school in there. They're not redefining what would, I guess, the entryway off of County Line Road from city limits into the ETJ mud. They're not trying to redefine any of those properties within that particular area.
But you said it adds 100
Less than.
less than.
Overall density of what we originally had, what they originally had on the preliminary and final plats to date, it's less than 100. But their total max cap for this would go from 1,200 LUEs to 1,300. So it could not, even if they made a couple of shifts on lots and stuff, still trying to meet the density per lot size that we had originally laid out, they would not be able to go above the 1,300. And that, they're locked into that number unless you guys decided to approve it, which at this point in time in talking, and P and Z asked those same questions, there's not really much that they could reconfigure at this point in time between where Elm Creek is, the bridge structure and everything built. The school has already been built out, and to where they have to build those roadways, ultimately that collector that'll cut through to 95 with the next development to the east.
I think personally, I'll just say I'm a fan of neighborhoods that provide various options for folks. Not everybody wants a yard. Some people do. Some people want a bigger house. Some people want two-story house. And I think, and just from my maybe, again, anecdotal, seeing neighborhoods that incorporate different types of living styles, I think, creates community, right? Because you're living next to other folks.
I probably should, the different color lots you see up there are basically different offerings for different homes. So you can see it's not like they would have all of these in one little area where it's like a section. They're intermixed around with different lot sizes and different home offerings all across there. So to your point, in trying to keep the somewhat of a mixture of, if you drive down here, it's different size homes, different size lots and stuff like that, to a certain extent, trying to keep that within there, as opposed to you will see some that's blocks and it's like, here's all your 50 foots. And then you move over 2 streets, here's all your 40 foots, here's all your 35s, and it's almost like subsections of a neighborhood within a neighborhood. They've probably done a little bit better job than some at trying to show a mixture.
Any more questions? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we'll begin with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Love.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kasnovsky, yes.
Gibson, no.
Swain, yes.
All right, number 8.
Thank you both. Thank you.
A resolution of the City of Elgin authorizing the mayor to execute a funding agreement between the City of Elgin, Texas and the Elgin Chamber of Commerce on expenditure of hotel occupancy tax funds.
Thank you, Mayor. As discussed previously in our distinguished speakers previously, this is the second iteration of what we brought before with the Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center agreement. Really what it remains constant is that what we didn't want to deal in at a staff level was the dollar amounts. And so we almost shelved that and went through the mechanisms of what the expectations are for hotel occupancy tax very specifically. Having experience in the Chamber of Commerce and visitor centers and Convention Visitors Bureau, there's a clear line and distinction between. And so all I can say is obviously there were many people come before, but when we do discuss this as a whole, my challenge, my charge is to bring qualified applications for hotel occupancy tax so that we can go ahead and move forward with that idea, with that being the case, and so that there's clarity and understanding of what the expectations are, what's working, what is not, and that's as far as I wanted to take that, because I think the understanding from all parties is we know what we expect from both sides. How do we get there? How is it funded is another question. And because we know what those lines are, it now turns really inward to say, okay, where do we see ourselves? How do we move this forward? What is a reasonable solution so that it satisfies, one, the legalities of hotel occupancy tax dollar funding restrictions, and two, the wishes of the council to ensure that we're moving forward with something that we all agree moves us forward in what we're trying to do. And because, again, if this is seen as very specific and scrutinized, I'll say it now, everything will be turned inside out and reevaluated and looked at so that we can go ahead and shake the very best for the community, because that's your charge to me, is say make things better. And as I said when I started, it could very well be the exact same contract from before, but I want to give it a fair shake to say, we looked at this, we turned it upside down, we had some questions about it, and council has now an opportunity, hopefully more than ever, to understand some inner workings, and maybe perhaps from the chamber side to say what is the idea moving forward. And so while I don't have a lot of will and want to go into past operations, there still needs to be that as part of the mix to say, how do we go from this point to be better? And so we've laid out some options, but I know the council has entertained some questions back and forth with the chamber as well. And that's where I really leave it there to say, I think we've exhausted a lot of those conversations and questions. It really now just comes down to where do we see ourselves as a group, and I include myself as a city manager in this mix, so that I can exercise the wishes of the council. And then, again, I think it was number 11 or 12 is the accountability on all parts to say, I'm going to ensure that whatever we're saying that we're going to do, we're going to do. But conversely, I'm going to ensure that whatever is signed by this council and asked or directed of me to do, you're going to get that done too. So I put that background and setting so that we start with that, and then we start identifying those pieces and how you want to move forward.
Comments?
I think it's a good start.
You want to grab it?
Grab your mic, we can't.
Yeah, just pull it close.
I think it's a good start.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think there were a few comments, just from some members of council and then some members of the community. The chamber is, yes, a partner with the city, but regarding the chamber is also separate in a sense from the visitor center. So question was raised is if the chamber can remain just the chamber, and the city was to take over the visitor center. How would that look?
Well, if you're asking me in an operational sense, we can get that done. To answer it just straight up and to the point. I know there's some mechanisms in there to kind of change forms or functions of how we operate. I will, again, put those bumper rails to say we are talking specifically hotel occupancy tax. And so while, again, we appreciate the chamber portion, that is the organization that is charged with managing those dollars, when we speak in these terms, we really need to focus on that visitor center portion. And because I know, the Chamber of Commerce, I believe it's 501c6 like most chambers of commerce. And so they operate in a different way. And so that's why when I focus that and to say that portion of visitors, can it be done by the Chamber of Commerce? Yes, it can be. Can it be done by the city or somebody else? For sure. So we can make those things happen. It's just how, if you wanted to disassemble and repackage things, we can make those things work as well. What I don't want to lose, for sure, are the advantages that we have in being unique, being perfectly situated, regardless of how great, and I think they're a great organization, the Bastrop Chamber of Commerce is, and the Visitor Center. I want to be great too. And so we need to figure what that balance is. And so I know it doesn't get to a point where this is this defined answer where it's going to drive you to this decision. It really isn't, because it's a little bit more nuanced, because this is the community, right? So it has to work for Elgin, not for Bastrop, God bless them, or any other Chamber of Commerce. It has to work here. And so whatever works here is what I'm trying to get definition for, because then I'm accountable to exercise on that contract, and then I'm accountable to come before you and give those reports, just like Peyton is. And so that's where I just wanted, let's drill this down, let's get it set straight, and then let's march forward and get these people in the businesses in our community having fun and coming back, staying at the hotels. Because by the way, again, the idea behind this is cyclical. And so the idea of hot funds is to encourage and get people to come to stay in the hotels, to pay the tax, to be able to fund some more of that. And by virtue, you're leaving sales tax dollars and a lot of other great stuff. And so I'm very simplistic in that sense, is to say, how do I make that circle work? How do we fund, get people to come and stay at the hotels that funds it, to be able to pump it back out, to keep it funneled, and to grow, because we got hotels coming. You just heard, and it's going to continue to grow. So we might as well harness it today, figure out what the system's going to be, give me the charge, and say, act on it. I'm ready to do it. And again, operationally, yes, we definitely can do it. We're not the only ones, but we can.
If we remove the role of visitor center from them, when people contact them and they show up and they go in, they're still going to promote these small businesses, correct? Like, that's their role?
Yeah,
That
the
is
chamber would have to.
role.
Yeah, the chamber would have to
businesses
answer.
pay into the chamber to be a member.
So
I can't answer for the chamber. I'll just say that I think we do have great representation that probably could answer those even better, because I just don't know what that would look like. My expectation was that you walk in anywhere, and I don't care if it's HEB, that we're all ambassadors. We're all saying the same thing. We're all doing the purple. We're all with that pride, right? But more importantly is what's going to happen when they go into the office. I think that's better said with either Ms. Bloom, your chamber president, incoming. Yes, ma'am. So that way it comes directly from there. I can only speak for what I'm doing.
my question basically is what do you do different with the visitor center than you are already doing already? If your job as a commerce is to promote small business when people call you, what extra roles really are you taking on as a visitor center by, other than putting our name or visitor center on the building and maybe fielding some phone calls?
That's a great question, and it becomes a little, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It becomes a little tangled because what we do a lot of promotion for the community, for our partners. The Chamber of Commerce is membership based, but as the visitor center, we have people coming in, they can use our restroom, they can stop and sit down while they gather themselves. We can make recommendations on what there is to do in Elgin, where to shop, orient them, give them directions. And so I think as being a community member, if someone were to come in, if we were not the visitor center, it's just good practice to welcome people. But I think we make a very concerted effort to make sure that, okay, we're gonna be open a lot more per the contract. We're gonna make sure that we are advocating that, hey, come here, we're gonna be working, there's opportunity to grow. So perhaps it becomes more of more partnerships that is more geared towards promoting the tourism by becoming this more of a springboard for those outside groups visiting. And as Elgin is growing, as we're having more hotels coming in, more people coming through the doors, we're able to help support and orient those people.
So I think what I've, kind of gleaned or listened and heard the public comment is I feel like there's two constituencies that are almost, I don't want to say at odds, but as you said, the chamber is a membership-based organization, and so your first obligation is to serve those members who are the business owners. And I have no doubt that you do that and you support those businesses. And you do that. You, when a new business opens, you connect them with the community, help provide, and I absolutely believe in that, right? I think that's a different, slightly different mission and constituencies than tourism, right? Because your constituency with tourism is you have folks coming from Houston, Austin, from outside the state of Texas, and they're a different constituency. They're not saying, hey, can you help me connect with me as a lender? I want to take out a business loan, or I really need a network. I'm looking to hire more people. Where can I get skilled labor? I think those are certain things coming perhaps from members versus visitors. And what I'm hearing and what I heard more today from the public comments is that it seems that the chamber can't do both, that there's a struggle to have two people in doing both. And I think that's my concern, is if it can, because what I've seen, and I've shared this, going back to the 10 government, I'm about to say 10 commandments, the 10 code. I mean, I'm being transparent and I'm being honest, but what I have seen does not look like a visitor center to me. The numbers that I have seen do not look like outside visitors. They look like folks going to the chamber and getting information, which again is great, right? But if we're looking at trying to put heads in beds, hotel occupancy taxes, I don't see that happening with the current configuration. And I will say that the chair said you guys can't be open Monday through Saturday. That's not physically possible, but again, that's where you have those constituencies, because visitors are not coming to Elgin on Tuesday at 10 a.m. That's maybe when a business owner is stopping in to get some advice, have a meeting, but weekends, and we all know that, where do we go when we take weekend, trips or vacations? We go on the weekend, I just went up to Bertram to take the Polar Express with my family this past weekend. And we went on a Saturday, right? And the visitor center was right there at the library, across the street from the train depot. Anyway, so I think that tension is what we're feeling, and I don't want anybody to think that, you know, I'm trying to, I don't know, tell the chamber, you know, this is not about the chamber. Again, I support what the chamber is doing, right? I think there is a tension between the constituencies and being able to withhold both of those missions. And right now, I don't see both of those missions being accomplished.
I appreciate that, and I don't fully disagree, but I will say I think that they're so tied together in a way, but yet they are very, very different. What I will say is that as something that talking to hotels, Best Western, the Holiday Inn reported that during Western days, they had an average of 32% increase in occupied rooms. So we're bringing in, not just as a visitor center, but some of the things that we do and trying to put us on the map. I will also say that we do envision to be financially independent. I think moving to a new building to be more visible is part of that, has been part of that process. And I think that what we're
Upfront, ready to greet anybody that comes in and answer any question, whether they're from Elgin or whether they're from Houston or wherever else. Starting in January with meetings with the city manager, we're going to track our people coming in more than what we do. Right now, it's a weekly tracking. We're going to track it by day. So you can say on Monday we get this many, on Tuesday we get this many, over an average of a quarter. So that's one of the things that we have agreed with the city manager we need to improve on. Our tracking is going to improve. We're also going to improve on our signage. We're going to make it easier for everyone to see this is the visitor center. That's something that's going to start once the board meets in January. We have a lot of plans to do what you as the city council are asking us to do. We're already doing most of them, but we have a lot of plans to improve. There's areas to improve. We know that. We, as Ms. Bloom said, when we went and asked the hotels, are we bringing anybody in during Western days? All three of them said yes. Quality Inn couldn't give me a percentage. All they could say is they had 12 more rooms than the previous week rented during those 4 days of Western days. The Sunset Motel, he didn't even try to give me a percentage, but he said during Western days I'm always full. The Holiday Inn did give us a percentage, 37 more rooms, 32% more during those 4 days of Western days. So it's not just visitor center, it's also the festivals that we sponsor and the festivals and events that we support. Because we support every event that the city sponsors. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, Heather.
No, I appreciate that.
So in front of you right now, the agreement, as it's stated, there's some modified hours. Still in there has the $58,000 per year funding from hotel occupancy tax for the visitor center. But again, Mr. Schroeder, again, helped guide us through as we prepared the documents and working with the chamber to get this to where we do have it identified as still funding the Chamber of Commerce hotel occupancy tax funding to serve as official visitor center. That's what's before you. That's how it is right now in the way it's stated. And so I think it's really just. Sure.
Sure. If you want to know about the schedule, yes, we have said that opening up full day on Saturday will put a strain on our 2 employees. We have 2 staff here. They, to think that they work a 40-hour week is laughable. But if you insist as the council, because you think that Saturday is important that we stay open all day, then we'll stay open all day. That's not the deal breaker. It's just, is it going to make it harder? Yeah, it's going to make it harder. but that's not the deal breaker.
So with the agreement that you have shown us, both the parties have agreed.
Yeah, in terms, having said that, we were going to shelf the dollar amount consideration, because I think we worked out a lot of the logistics, what's been able to be done. And as your speaker just said, the modification of a Saturday, really what, I think there's some clarity on reporting that we're now working through and getting done. And it really ends up being the investment of the $58,000 from hotel occupancy tax. So on an operational sense, I think we have the framework to get it done. By the way, what we're asking today is to finalize the final details, and we'll work with our city attorney going forward to have then the Chamber of Commerce sign all relevant documents in whatever form. But that's the goal, to come out of here to say, look, we see it as this, the council agrees to these terms or not. That's the expectation, so that we can walk out. Contract ends December 31. We start a fresh year January 1, and we move forward. But that was why there was a couple iterations of this. That's why there was a lot of questions individually and directed individually to the chamber to respond. And now we're at this point right now. It's just going through that value proposition and to say this is important. This does get us what we need in return. Again, even conditional agreements too. What I'm hearing as well, Mary, please correct me in council, but is that there's a possibility of possibly a conditional contract with stipulations that you want to apply to this, perhaps. We can do all those things. This is not a big contract by no means. It's very workable. And I know
That was going to be my question. Say, so if this particular contract in front of us didn't pass, could we go back to the table, to the drawing board to come up with a conditional one with maybe a different number if that number is not okay?
Or you can suggest that number and we can use that and plug it in and put the conditions as well. I don't mean to, pressure council into making any decisions. I don't like making decisions in that way, but at the end of the day, the framework is there, and really the one thing that's left off there. And what I mean by conditions, you may say additionally, this has to happen or within these conditions. And look, you guys assess me on a daily basis, but I'm required to be assessed as well. And so maybe that there is a quarterly health check that is more strenuous. I'm throwing things on the table to see if there's, an opportunity to move it forward. Because we can, and working with our city attorney, we can make those things happen as well. But I think we just need that framework to say, look, this is what we really are seeing, that it's not shown that it's being produced. That's what I think I'm hearing from the council say. So we can't identify it specifically. And while there's a big benefit to the community of having the chamber be partners with us and to continue to be partners with us, I can't drive the data. I can't give you different information. Ms. Fry, with information that she has on the ground, the data is the data. And so really it's that if on the ground we're able to fix the logistical pieces, the hours, the reporting, all those pieces, then we come down to what is value you give this. And we're just saying 58 is where we're at. 58 is what we put down there because we kind of knew we're going to meet at this intersection, just to say, are we there at that point? But we just don't have enough daylight or runway to have a little bit more conversation, and I hate to, you know, put you in that box, but I think we just need that so that we can move forward for the city's sake, for the chamber's sake as well, and so that we can move it forward with whatever way you want to split this. But
With regard to the 58, how much were we giving them before?
58.
Okay, so the same amount. We're requiring additional hours.
Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't stop you.
The contract is saying, well, I saw the 36-hour, but Saturday 9 to noon. So, you know, there's been a lot of talk about this, and the way the chamber goes is the way the city's going to go. And there needs to be a certain level of support for the chamber that allows them to operate to a point to where they can become financially on their own, independent. And I understand that that's going to take some time. And I think that as a council, that we need to have a little grace there. I also think that, you know, there's been a lot of accusatory talk around this, water cooler talk, if you want to say, that doesn't help this process. I do believe that you said it, Robert,
Yes, sir.
and Mayor Ramirez said it as well, about data. You know, a lot of decisions are being made without data. And until we get better data, it's hard to impose a whole lot of everybody's wills. And so that's a concern that I have going into any agreement, whether it's this one or the next one or the last one. I mean, I want to support the chamber. I want to support its members, because I know that is going to support the city. That's the only way we're going to get to where we need to be, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. So if, just to clarify, the conditions and the way we talked about this, and so that we go into this knowing, is that we know the struggle with hours, and that we're not wanting to create more burden with same dollars. What we're actually saying is that we're asking to restructure the hours that they're providing. So it's the same hours provided, just back-ended to where we asked to say this is really the important times for us. It's going to be the later afternoons when visitors can actually come, the Saturdays, and I know we keep repeating that, but it's really just reconfiguring your hours to be reflective there, not to add additional. In fact, we went back and forth, and the city gave a little on a couple of the conditions as well. And so it hasn't been a one-way where it's going to the chamber and saying, you must do this because we want more, or we want some skin out of this. Really what it was is like, hey, I'm being pressured to go ahead and make sure all the stuff is being reviewed, and we can attest to saying that it's been done. And where we can better it is to say, for sure, a shift in hours would help, we think, and coming from the chamber background myself, we think that would be it. But you flatten it out, or you, again, work the hours that you do to not have additional hours. Does it mean that it's going to change the configuration of the Chamber of Commerce? If it's done right, yes. The answer, without a doubt, would be yes. Because if it doesn't change the configuration of what's happening right now, we're going to end up with the same data next year if it's not configured differently. And so...
But what data? We don't have data.
That...
I do want to make a point. We do have data. So we got all the reports. Peyton shared all the reports with us, and Kaylee ran all of the Placer AI data. We have it. And I'll repeat some of what I saw. The average stay in the building is 126 minutes. That's the average stay according to Placer AI. That does not indicate to me that that is a visitor. I don't know that I've ever stayed anywhere in a visitor center for 2 hours. That's a real long time, right? We can't distinguish the data. We can't distinguish who went there for a visitor, as a chamber, as something else, right? But if you look at the data, where are the people leaving? They're primarily visiting Elgin locations, Elgin HEB, other kind of Elgin staples, which again leads me to believe that the majority of the people going to that building are not visitors, they are Elgin residents or chamber, again, business owners, which again is not a bad thing, but if we get back to the intent of the contract is to drive tourism.
I'm going to jump back on that again. You know, we got the data. We don't have enough of it. But we've asked these guys to do some more collecting of data in a different way. I think we need to give them a chance to do that. And to answer your question about we can terminate this contract with 60 days notice. We don't have to change it anywhere. We can just say, it's not working, we need to revamp this, and we can do it per this contract with a 60-day notice. So, but I think we need to give them a chance to see what changes they have made to get the data that we want to see. Are the days working? And if we ask them to put more days on it, we may have to give them some more money to take care of some manpower.
So some signage. I mean, one of the things that was mentioned the last meeting was making visitor center more prominent. I agree with that. It needs to be prominent. It needs to be seen. It needs to be in a big font that you can see from across the street. And there needs to be print material around the city that will support that as well. If that requires additional funds, then we need to keep that in mind so that we can support it. You know, I don't want to see us in a situation where because we're making some assumptions about the data that we do have, that we're creating a bigger problem. That's my fear.
And I think we work better together. I think if we're not agreeing with what either side is seeing, we need to work better together and fix it. Because the chamber does good for the city, and I would hope that the city also would do good for the chamber. And so if we don't like things, then let's fix things. And like Chuck said, if we don't give them a chance to fix things, then I'm not on board with that.
Why did it have to get to this point, though? Like, why did we have to get to this discussion for them to take the role of visitor center seriously? Like, I appreciate the advocacy and the passion that came from the people that stood up, but and to say that you guys will do better, but it took for us to have this conversation for you to take that role seriously. And it's really disappointing, and I'm not really sure I trust it.
I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think that's exactly right. It changed for me when they moved buildings, because they had a sign, a city sign that said Visitor Center, and it was very prominent, and everything was right there. I think it hasn't been that way all the time, but when they moved to their current place, I think that is where the change happened.
And that may be true, but I saw the pictures in the inside, and it's a pantry-sized closet space for a visitor center. And then the rest is their space, like she said, with people going and holding meetings while we get this tiny little closet that's packed. It looks crowded. I don't know, it's disappointing that we have to bring these things up. And I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that, respect that. And maybe that's true. I can't attest to that, but it's a disappointing space.
To your point, Tiffany, I think I agree with actually part of that. I do think that when you walk into a visitor center, you're going to see more Elgin stuff. You're going to see Elgin merch. You're going to see that, at least the visitor centers that I've been to, you know, you're going to see that space where the city is highlighted in a unique way. And I haven't seen that to the extent that I would like to see that.
Agreed.
I agree with that. I don't think this contract gets us there.
Agreed.
One question I have is on page, well, I'm not sure, it's in our packet, it's page 155. And it says, you know, the chamber will have information booth at the visitor center will be open, and it lists all of these events. How many of those events are city-sponsored versus chamber-sponsored? And when I say sponsored, I mean run by different entities. I think the vast majority of these are run by either city or other entities that are not the chamber. And again, I'm saying that the focus of the chamber has been different, has not been tourism.
Do you track on where we're talking about the list of activities?
No, actually, I don't have the list with me, but I will say Sip Shop, Hog Eye, Dia de los Muertos, Juneteenth, those are not ours. We still participate, we still show up.
Elgin Music Festival.
Elgin Music Festival.
The reason those are listed is because they're not ours.
Well,
That's the reason they're
yeah.
listed in that contract as that way.
Yeah, it says it was happening.
And I think where I'm going with that is if these are things that the city or other organizations, Juneteenth, whatnot, the arts and culture, Elgin Arts Association, if those are things they are running, what is the value of $58,000
They're
for
saying
promoting
they're
those
not
events?
running them.
I know.
I guess I'm not tracking what you're saying then.
I think what I'm saying is it almost seems like these are events that the chamber is running, and it's not. All of these events are, I'm going to say all, a good portion of these events are run by others, and they are bringing visitors into the community, right?
The chamber is not actually bringing them in. A different entity is
Exactly.
bringing
It's
them
back
in,
to my,
and they just happen to be
it's
open.
back to my constituencies again. The chamber is focused on its members, which it should be.
The reason those are listed is because those are events that the chamber supports. They're not chamber events. Those are city or other sponsored events. That's the reason they're listed in the contract. It doesn't say Western Days. It doesn't say Cocoa Stroll. It doesn't say all the vendors that we park and that we put in the park. These are what y'all are referencing are events that we do not sponsor, but we do support. That's why those hours were listed the way they were listed.
Maybe that's a two-headed coin, because then we could say that we also help with your events by giving you waivers for Western Day and waivers for the events that you are putting on. So we are supporting y'all as well by
Absolutely.
giving you those waivers.
Absolutely.
Okay, so like I said, then one hand washes the other. You should be open for our events just like we should support yours.
I'm not arguing that, ma'am.
So I think to move this forward, I want us to continue the contract with them, but I am concerned about the $58,000. I'm not sure that is the appropriate amount. But I think, again, to everyone's point, we need to give them a chance. We can't just cut them off at the knees and say no. I'm not sure what
Are you suggesting a different number outside of 58,000?
under 58,000.
Under 58,000?
And a renewal of 1 year, because that gives us time to get the data that we're talking about, time to see what's going on. We want to keep the cooperation as best we can with them. And I don't know what that number is.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Do you have a number in mind?
48, maybe?
I wouldn't change anything until we get some more information on this. Let's readdress it next year, and
We have done that, and that's where
I
we
mean,
are
this
here.
is-
That's
this is
why
a
we're,
whole lot better than the last contract.
right, which is why we're here, because we extended it a year, looking for change.
And this is what we're asking for, and I think we need to give them a chance to do it. And into next year, if we don't feel satisfied, then we make changes again. I know it's a 2-year contract, but it's up for renewal somewhere in
Yeah,
here.
there's an out clause every year, and then, of course, the qualifier that you said, Councilmember Swing, that, 60 days notice and that
Yeah.
kind of stuff, so.
So, I mean, I think we need to give them a shot to give it a go. 58,000 is what we have been giving them for years, so. I don't believe we changed it, did we?
No, sir, we did not.
Five,
The-
4,
the-
5
Oh.
years.
The amount hasn't changed, but this is why the conversation is here.
So can we do like a smaller contract? If we want to say, or some of y'all want to say that we want them to prove that can we do a smaller contract, 3 months, 90 days, provide a certain amount of funds, provide a certain amount, they have to provide a certain amount of data, and we revisit this in maybe 2 or 3 months, 60 days, 90 days, and say, all right, you hit these milestones, you've improved, we'll extend to a year contract or so. Is that a possibility?
Well, that's what this contract says, is
that's
we
not-
split up their payment every quarter.
Well, yes, but I mean, that's a good idea, but it's not really possible because 3 months of data is not representative
Yeah, I was
of the year because, for example, summer months.
Sure,
we
I get it.
travel.
Okay.
And this starts in January, so January is slower, so, I do get your concept. It is a good one. If we were to go that route, I would suggest a 6-month. Why? Because we start in January, end by summer. There's many events that happen in between that time. Or,
In my,
get as
just,
well.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. I was just going to say, the expectation from my part as city manager with the organization, if they do get funded, was that they'd be in front of you more often. You'd be seeing those reporting to see what's working, what's not. And so we don't have to wait 3 months, 6 months. Again, it's the next council meeting that's able to be discussed and say, we need to fine tune this and keep going. Like, I think those are good, but I'm just saying, outside of that, the expectation is there's a quarterly report that would be provided by the organization to this council to say that this is where we're at in the 4-month mark. And only because we're paying out quarterly, that's a basic minimum suggestion that would be the representation from the chamber if they get funded, is you're gonna be coming at minimum every quarter. But this council has every prerogative as it funds organizations to ask them to come before the council and talk about it. But we can split the baby, we can do it any way you want it. I will say that, yeah, you do have annualized visitors that you have to consider, seasons. So that does throw a wrench into things. And, yeah, I'll say that.
St. Pierre, were you saying that in the sense of the amount as well, or in general?
Well, like we're talking about, like we want more specific data and whatnot, like, let them prove that, right? Like, I'm not necessarily saying that for the next couple months, especially when it's our slow season, that I expect them to go out, be able to bring all this in. But if they're saying they're gonna be bringing us better data, they're gonna update it and make it more inviting, they're gonna do this, that's reasonable expectations in like 3 months, right? So why can't we set goals like we did with Robert, give them that 3 months, and if they can exceed those goals or meet those goals, we look into another or longer, or extending the contract and giving them more.
I think it's like proof of concept, right? And you build confidence. I think that's what we're lacking. I think we want to see confidence, and I could get behind something like that.
Thank you.
I think that for, just on the operational side, I think that's better answered by Mr. Schroeder, but I think that something can be worked in. He's a smart enough gentleman to go ahead and whip that out if that's the wishes of this council. I can't say what Chamber may or might not ultimately decide on that, but I will say that that's doable on our part. There is nothing that, especially if we pay quarterly.
I don't like that idea. I think this is a 2-year contract. I think the minimum I'd be willing to go personally would be a year. I mean, because that's a full cycle. And that gives you all your seasons to be able to determine whether or not that proof of concept is there.
So what was this year then?
I don't have the data.
I think that's kind of the point.
Ms. Sanders? Say that again so I can repeat it. What, so it was for 50,000, what years? The last 6 outside of, when did it turn into 58? This past year? Gotcha.
Yes.
I believe that the difference is because previously we were in a city-owned building. The city also did maintenance. It was a cost to the city. When we voluntarily left the city-owned building, that's, I believe, is the reasoning for the extra money.
Did you pay rent in the city-owned building?
No.
No, we did not.
So we need to move on something, either table it or something.
I don't think we need to table it because it expires at the end of the month, and we don't have a meeting until January. So we need to make a decision. How about we modify this to make it a 1-year contract, and I'll make a motion to do that. And then at the end of that year, we'll hash this out again.
And you still have the 60-day notice in there.
Still got all of that, yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Swain makes a motion that we make this a 1-year contract to continue to monitor and revisit again at the end of the next contract. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second.
So we'll begin with Councilmember Swain.
Swain, yes.
Love, no.
St. Pierre, no.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, no.
Gibson, yes.
How many was that?
Oh, man, they lost me on the math.
It passed.
That's that one.
I was going faster. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, Council, for that discussion.
It is 9:15 and we're going into executive session pursuant to Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code to discuss any matter as specifically listed on the agenda, which is number 1, consultation with attorney regarding law form items pursuant to Section 551.071. The City Council will consult with the city attorney regarding legal issues related to law form development agreement amendment and proposed annexation of the 1.0 10.108 acre tract. Executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551071 to consult with city attorney regarding a potential claim and related legal issues. And we are reconvening into our regular session. We will pick up with new business, section 2. Number 1 is a resolution of the City of Elgin, Texas, authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the amended and restated development and consent agreement with Lund Farms Investment LLC, a Texas limited liability company, and Lund Farm Municipal Utility District, a conservation and reclamation district of the state of Texas, amending section 2.03, annexation, and adding section 2.05, disannexation, and section 2.06, identification, and making certain findings thereof.
Yes, Council, this is the Lund Farms ETJ Mud development. They brought forth to you this amended development agreement, which allows annexation into the city and allows clause for future potential disannexation from the city and has an indemnification clause to such. Lund Farms, as you know, is plus or minus 2,700 LUEs. It is on the north side of town off of County Line Road, Lund Road, and Highway 95. You'll have a couple of different council action items after this, all related to the same subject matter piece of property. Here to answer any questions.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. We'll begin with Councilmember Kaznowski.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes. Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Frazier, yes.
McShane, yes. Motion carries. Number 2, an ordinance annexing a 10.108 acre tract of land hereto in described territory to the city of Elgin, Bastrop, and Travis County, Texas, and extending the boundary limits of said city so as to include said hereinafter described property within said city limits, and granting to all the inhabitants of said property all the rights and privileges of other citizens, and binding said inhabitants by all of the acts, ordinances, resolutions, and regulations of said city, zoning of PDD Planned Development District. Get all
Council,
that
this
out.
is the piece of the property, the 10.108 acres of the Lund Farms development that is asked for voluntary annexation into the city limits.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the ordinance as spoken.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Brazier and second by Love, and we will begin with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. Brazier?
Mayor Pro Tem Brazier,
Mayor
yes.
Pro Tem, I'm sorry. I got too many up in here. I don't know what I am. Okay, let's start that over. We'll begin with.
Brazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes. Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Motion carries. It's 10:04, y'all. Good Lord. Okay. Number 3, an ordinance assigning newly annexed properties to City Council Ward Area Number 3, providing for severability clause and providing an effective date.
Yes, this is for the tract that was just annexed into the city. This would be assigning it to Ward 3. As discussed previously with voluntary annexed properties, we have to assign it to a ward. This, again, the area looks larger, but everything will be redistricted when actual populations actually increase in that.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, it's been motioned by St. Pierre and second by Rodriguez, and we'll begin with Councilmember St. Pierre.
St. Pierre, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Brazier, yes.
McShane, yes.
Kaznowski, yes.
Gibson, yes. Swain, yes.
Love, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. I want to tell everybody Merry Christmas, and it'll be a new year when we come back. Looking forward to that. Hope everybody has happy holidays and stays well and come back safe so we can make more decisions and move forward as a city. It is 10:05 and we are adjourned.
Snacks are in the back. Thank you.